guys, how's it going? For some reason, the Spotify does not want to Spotify, but as you can tell, the audio is a little, musical's a little more chaos, a little more high stakes, a little more, how do you say, final boss vibes. Because, my friends, I'm studying for my finals, and I would love some body doubles, so if you'd like to join me today, you're more than welcome to. Let's bring the audio into the game of studying, shall we? There we go, that's why it didn't show up. Figured it out. There we go. Jay's here. Mr. Conductor Bro is here. How we doing? We have got dramatic finals boss energy vibes going on. So I was thinking today, because I really don't want to take my final and I don't want to study for it either, let's gamify it. Jay says, I was scheduling body doubling stuff with my friend earlier. I'm glad that it worked out to balance out. We are going to do some gamifying of the studying session. So, first off, we are going to do setup. We're going to prepare for the quest. We're going to pack for a quest. We're going to make sure that we know where we're going, what we're doing, and we're going to make sure that everything is in order before we embark on our quest to slay the dragon of my final. And we're gonna hang out while we do it with some epic music. So, what do we have to do today? For me, I have a final study for, and I've got some chores around the room that I need to take care of. So, if I switch screens, I can show you here. I've got all of this I need to clear off and make it for studying rather than for painting. Mr. Conductor Bro says, I'm just having a relaxing day and doing Mother's Day plans. That sounds amazing. I hope you enjoy it. Jay, you had body doubling stuff to schedule as well. What are you going to be up to? The audio for this one is kind of wild. Alright, so for the first 15 minutes of stream, I'm going to tidy up. I'm going to be as productive as possible and give myself as successful a chance as possible to want to pay attention to my homework and be productive and whatnot. And then after that, we are going to go into the first section of our quest. We are going to have a focused, productive sprint, whatever you need to do. And we'll check back in about 45 minutes of productivity. But for right now, we are just putting things away on my desk and chatting and hanging out. I will say, some of these things just get put away like outside of a view. So it'll be like, I'm putting stuff away and you can't tell that I'm doing anything. But that's okay. Not everything in life has to be visible to other people for it to count for yourself. Jay says I was going to work on some Warrior of the Wave stuff with my friend, and that will happen. Eventually. Take your time, buddy. Take your time. I'm gonna put the paints in my snack basket because I haven't really liked having the snacks in my basket lately. So I think having paints in there might do better for me function-wise. Oh no! One of my ring lights fell. We're gonna have to have a spot for that. I think over there should work for now, at least. Put this down there. I'm gonna put... So for right now, right, I'm gonna just put away all of my writing utensils, but then when I set up to actually study, I'm gonna bring them back out again, but only the ones that I need. And we're gonna see how that works. So, I was in Justin's stream, as I have been pretty frequently lately, because he's been streaming a lot over on Twitch. And, oops, sorry. I just punched the microphone. My bad, guys. Music is really loud for me, so I'm gonna turn my volume down, and it'll result in a really loud noise for you guys, sorry. Alright, that's much better on my end, at least. But yeah, he mentioned that Mother's Day is this weekend, and then Mr. Conductor Bro mentioned that Mother's Day is this weekend, and I'm like, oh, it is. So, no stream on Sunday, but I was feeling not the best on Wednesday this week either. So, we're just gonna have like a whole bunch of no streams, and I had a final to study for today, and I'm like, you know what? We're gonna stream today. We're gonna see how that does. So, that's the reason for today's Thursday stream. And if you make it or you don't make it, I'm just glad to have you a part of the community. So, shout out to Jay and Mr. Conductor Bro for coming and hanging out. And it'll be fun to see who ends up making it, because this is very... I didn't even know I was streaming today. I was like, Thursday. My off streaming day. Alright. Could probably... Do I want to go the extra mile and, like, wipe down the paint from the desk? I feel like I should. It says, thank you, you're welcome. Alright. I do just basic wipe down. Because this is one of the reasons why I was streaming. A lot of times you guys bring out the more responsible side of me, because I'm like, well, I want to do things that represent taking care of yourself, and I don't know what it is about being on stream. Maybe it's the fact that I'm being perceived and I want to be perceived as a person who is responsible, or maybe I just want to model good behavior for you guys, or it's just easier to do it when I have people with me doing it. But I have found that I am much more likely to do the menial tasks on stream than I am when it's just me. And I just felt like I would benefit from some menial but necessary care tasks to get everything set up, you know? So we are going to... This bit of blue paint is really stubborn right there. Right there, too. Alright, is this paint? That is also paint. I think that one's from the Umbreon painting I did. Alright. So, we have rinsed off our workplace. We have created a space where I can put my notebook down. Okay. Let's see which one. Here we go. Let's do... Let's do my trusty purple and black combo. And then we'll get some nice blue in there every so often. I think that'll work. Shout out, by the way, to Justin for the Spotify setup. I really like the way that he designed it for his stream, so I just absolutely took it for my own, and it is so clever to show you not just like what song is playing, but also how far along are you in the song, and what's the volume look like for things. Like, that's such a good idea. So, we got that. I'm gonna do this. Computer. If I remember correctly, it's just very, like, blurry, so you can basically see what I'm doing, but not really. Alright. I have a structure for the stream on the left half of my screen. And we've got again. Huh. I just got an email saying that Canvas, which is like Canvas is the tool that is used for submitting coursework. It's apparently experiencing an outage, so a lot of people who have like homework due tonight can't submit it, and so it's like, oh my gosh, can people graduate? That's funny timing. This isn't, my homework isn't through Canvas, but it is, God, I pray that you would provide for the people that are worried about this. And thank you for the people who come on this stream. Please give everyone just the ability to focus on what they need to get done, and that they would have a really good Mother's Day weekend, whatever that looks like. Amen. Alrighty. So, we have done some basic tasks, and I think it's ready to start studying. We've been streaming for about 12 and a half minutes, so we've got about 10-15 minutes of the setup for the quest. We are ready to embark on our journey of productivity. We have about 45 minutes of distance travel, so we're gonna basically make it to the next town over with this productivity sprint, and I look forward to seeing y'all in the next town. I want to know if anybody wants to roleplay with me. What have you packed with you for this quest? So for me, I'm going to say, I'm just going to use my D&D character. I'm going to say that I am a tiefling druid, and I have packed a little leaf backpack full of textbooks and important notebooks on my findings about the world around me, as somebody who is dedicated to just categorizing the world based on whether or not it is lickable elements or not. I am probably dressed in layers, and I've got like a fancy cloak on, I think, is in my imagination. And I'm going to be snacking on bread and cheese and apple on our way over to the next town. So if you guys would like to join me in the little role-playing there, you're welcome to share who your character is, what their name is, what their just describe them and have fun role-playing. And the next town over, we're gonna catch up again. But until then, let me see if I can find. Not this! Not this! Trying to find the timer. There it is. There we go. There's our focus block. Alright, so we're gonna go until 15 minutes are left on the timer. And then we're gonna check in at the next town. In our imagination. Okay. Ready? Set. Let's get going. Welcome to the stream, Shadow. Hope you're doing well. We are doing some focus blocks, and in about 13 minutes, 12, some amount of time, when this reaches 15 minutes, we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna hang out. Thanks for joining us. 2, 1. Alright, we have made it through the focus block. We've made it to the next town, if you will. Remember the little gamifying it. How'd you guys do? Did you get stuff done? I wrote down the quiz questions and answers for one chapter, and then I would say 3/4 of the next chapter, so I did pretty well, I would say. How are we doing? What are we working on, if anything at all, or do we just have the music in the background? I feel like the music is probably very loud because I brought up the audio. Let's bring that down a bit while I'm chatting, shall we? Ugh, I am so close to finishing the semester. Once I take the test that I'm studying for here, I am done. I will be done with the entire semester, and I'll have a whole week off before I need to start on my next semester's worth of things. I kind of want to like reflect on all of the other classes that I'll end up taking, but I don't know how to do that without sharing some specific details that aren't for the stream yet, so we'll keep that as a surprise. Jay says, yeah, the music was quite loud. Oh, thank you for the input. We can keep it at this level. I will say that I'm taking a sort of digital photography class, and I'm hoping to utilize what I learned in that class here online. So I'm hoping once I get done, let's see, we have from chapter 14 to chapter 21. So based on that, it takes me about 20 minutes to do each chapter worth of questions and answers. So 14 to 21 is 7 divided by 3. Times 3? I think it's divided by 3. We should be done in an hour and a half or so of productivity. That feels good. That feels good, knowing that I can be done in an hour and a half. And then I can just hang out with you guys. I don't know. I might just go to bed. I might just go to bed after I study. It is nice to just chill. Jay says, I'm gonna be busy with school again pretty soon. Ooh, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah. I'm busy with school right now, and then I get a week off, and then I'm back to busy at school. So I know the struggle. Jay says, which is another reason I need to set up body doubling with my friend. I'm proud of you for setting that up, though. That's a really responsible thing to do. I don't know that I was that responsible when I was younger, so I'm proud of you, buddy. It's good on you. I know Ember is enjoying their summer break right now. I think they've chosen to take the entire summer off, which is really nice. Love that for them. But I'm trying to graduate by December, and it's not as bad as I thought it would be. In December, I thought I was going to do an internship, and in fact, it is not an internship. It is actually a bit of a final paper, like a thesis paper I need to do, which is interesting. Because my last degree, when I was going for my secondary English education degree at UNF, the thing that I had to do to finish the degree, which is what I couldn't do, was an internship. So I was like, oh no, this is an internship. Oh no. But I spoke with my advisor to make it so that I could sign up for the class, even though I hadn't completed this next semester's classes yet. Because it's like the capstone. So a lot of the classes that I'm taking next semester are prerequisites, which means like I have to take them and complete them before I can take the new class. And so I needed an advisor to overwrite that so I could take the class. And she was like, yeah, no, it's not in person. From what students have told me, it is completely like online. It's like a paper or something, but it's like a lot of different papers, and then it's in one project. So it'll be very interesting. I think I have good experiences with the teacher who has the class, so I'm looking forward to it. And at that point, I'll only have one class to take, so I might try to take ASL, or I will more likely try to really dig into developing a brand and trying to apply my business knowledge. Now that I've taken all of these courses, I want to maybe write my paper on developing a business and see if we can do something with that. I think that'll be fun. Jay says, I still put off the editing because of the Spirit Fair again. Dude, that is so relatable. I can't think of something specifically recently that I've done like that, but that's just so deeply familiar to my soul. I get that. I get that so much. Yeah. Oh, fun story. So, in the theme of finals week and all of that, I had a final paper due in my leadership class. And this class has been pretty much a bunch of busy work, a lot of really easy assignments, as long as you keep up with the work, which is weekly, and it's the same sort of course load every single week. As long as you keep up the assignments, it's the same thing and it's really easy and it's fine. And you get an A, but you have to be detail oriented, which I am, thankfully. And yeah, so I noticed that towards the beginning of the semester, my professor was making specific comments, and towards the end, my professor wasn't exactly making as many specific comments. I would sacrifice a detail or two because I was just too tired, and I had a high enough grade that I could slack off in that class to put effort towards other classes. And then the professor just wouldn't notice. And I started getting a hypothesis that this professor would not read my final paper. So, to test this hypothesis, because I did the math, I did check my grade, and I made sure that even if I got a 0 for this assignment, I would still get an A in the class. I wasn't about to jeopardize my entire grade on this. I'm not that daring yet. I just threw in a bunch of Macarena references, and I ran it by tutors, and they're like, well, it's certainly not a good paper, but it's, it looks acceptable at first glance. And I submitted it, and the professor literally responded, I really enjoyed reading your paper, great job. I don't think that professor read the paper, because I got 100 out of 100. But I'm done with the class, and I have evidence. I don't know what I'm going to use the evidence for, but it was a fun little thing. It was a fun little thing. Jay says, sorry I can't do any videos right now. I'm too sucked into the video games. Mood. Jay says, I've been learning a new editing program. Ooh. I just need to do the captions before I can finish the video I'm making to test the program, but I'm also putting that off. Which program is it? That's very cool. Interesting. I know, right? Everything I do is just the most interesting thing in the world. That's why I stream, right? I feel like the lighting is like really bright on my face for some reason. I think it's because I am like super close to the light. Can we adjust this at all? Hold up. We're gonna try some things. Okay. I'm gonna try something. think that's a little softer light. No, it's still really, really bright. Who am I kidding? Not myself, not you guys. I also feel, since you can see my hands, I'm just like, today on News A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we're talking about chives. We like chives in our soup. To you, Bob. Like, I feel like that's the posture I have right now. Jay says the new editing program is Kdenlive. Ooh, I've not heard of that one. Let me do some research. Kdenlive. Free and open source video editor. Kdenlive is the acronym for KDE Nonlinear Video Editor. It works on Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and BSD. Fascinating. So wait. I don't see how it's not linear. The reference, they're doing not color graphing, but like color stuff. Interesting. I don't see how it's any different from what DaVinci is, and I really love DaVinci, so that's really cool. I love that you're finding another editor to do video and sound processing, and it sounds like it might take up less processing power, which is a major downfall of DaVinci, so that's really cool. DaVinci Resolve does have Linux support, but it's a bit finicky, so I decided to go learn an open source video editor that's made for Linux, but does have Windows and Mac support as well. That's really cool. That makes it really accessible for a lot of different platforms. Should you be employed and need to use their computers rather than your own. And then it also makes it so if you, for some reason, have to change your computer, you're able to still use that software across platforms. That's really smart. I love that for you. Good on you. Alright, we have a minute and a half before we do our next productivity sprint. So, I'm going to encourage anyone who wants to be productive with me, grab your water, get yourself a snack if you need to. Make sure that you have everything ready for the next productivity sprint. I'm just gonna switch the screen really quick. And we're going to reset the focus block timer back to an hour, and we're going to do another 45 minutes and do the 15-minute break. So with my 60 seconds left, I am going to put some citrus salt element into my drink. Waha! Okay, it's kind of clumpy. This is disappointing. Alright, 20 seconds. Are we ready to do whatever task we've put ourselves up to? Chuck the blanket around. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That's not how to count. 3, 2, 1. Let's switch it around. Can I just refresh? Yeah, let's go! I did it! Okay. Time to be productive. I just got a paper cut. Ow. Apologies for that awkward... Yeah, the camera just fell. Let me switch to this real quick while we fix that. Okay. Yes? Fantastic. Unfortunately, that reset the timer. I guess I'm just gonna be really productive this round. Whoopsies. No worries, thank you for understanding. Hope I didn't jump scare anybody. I was just like, huh, let me read the explanation, and then it just fell. So the angle's a little different. Let me see if I can... It'll be good enough. Alright. Back to work. coming up on the 15-minute mark. Thank you for sticking with me and hanging out as we do work. Alright, we got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and break. Oh my gosh, that's so much writing. Oh my gosh, I don't know the last time. It was a couple of nights ago, what am I talking about? But I've written 1, 2, 3, 4 pages front and back in the matter of 2 hours? 2 hours. My hands hurt so much. Or at least one hand does. I could switch to my left, but I feel like I'm in a groove, and who am I to switch up which hand I'm using? Speaking of switching it up, Jay switched to the laptop. Good on him. Hope you're enjoying the laptop vibe. Oh, it's nice to stretch my hand after using it for so much. You can kind of see, I don't know, maybe it's easier to see on, yeah, it's definitely easier to see on the face cam. There's my turtle bite. Below my wart, I have a turtle bite because I left my house last Tuesday and a teenage common snapping turtle met me at my front door. I was stupid. I had a migraine, so the distance between thinking and doing was just a little bit shorter, so I ended up leaning over to see if it was alive. It was in fact alive. That's not when it bit me though. When I leaned over, my water spilled on it, and I went, oh no, that poor common snapping turtle that is water living. It probably didn't appreciate cold water on its head. Let me try to brush it off its head, and I leaned down and I tried to pat the head. And for some reason, this wild turtle that was suddenly surprised by a giant did not appreciate having water brushed off its head and bit me. A couple things I didn't know about common snapping turtles. Number one, they are cute little things. Number two, I didn't realize that they have a cousin called the gator snapping turtle, which, so if, to put it in perspective, common snapping turtle caused, it broke through the skin and caused immediate bruising, and it caused some issues. The gator snapping turtle would have snapped my finger off entirely, and I would have lost my middle finger, like Jinx from Arcane. So, love that. Love that so much. Another interesting thing I learned about turtles is that they don't process the color black very well. Something about the color black, common snapping turtles and people with dementia don't quite process that, and so I had a black welcome mat in front of my door, and my theory is the turtle got stranded thinking there was just a void next to it, because it was like propped up against the house in the most awkward way, and if it went onto the mat it would be fine, but you know, if the mat was lava or a void, I wouldn't want to use it either. And so this hand just came down to pet it out of nowhere over the void. I would be concerned too if I were a common snapping turtle. So it was also the size of a teenager common snapping turtle, and it was a ninja because it came out of nowhere. So we're still figuring out if it was a mutant turtle, but I did meet a teenage ninja turtle the other week, and I'm healing well. Thank you for asking. Jesus, that's a lot of writing, and oof, yeah. So, fun fact for anyone who gets bit by a common snapping turtle, turtles carry salmonella for living in watery places that have a lot of, like, gross water. So, you gotta be on antibiotics to avoid getting salmonella. You also want to make sure that you have your tetanus shot up to date, because apparently they carry tetanus. So, I can step on all the rusty nails I want now, and I don't have salmonella. Thank you, Lord. Any hoodles. It's been interesting writing with that tender, because like the way I hold my pen is just below, kind of looks above from this angle, but it's like just below where the injury is, And so I can write, but it's still tender. So it's always interesting figuring out, like, okay, how are we going to achieve this today? But enough about me. What have you managed to do today? How are you managing? Are you still playing the video game? If your video game were 4 back and front pages worth of writing, what would the main topic of that be? For me, I would say the main topic of this is basically understanding how you can use stocks, shareholder stocks, to finance your corporation, and different ways that you can use debt or equity to increase your overall, I guess, finances of your corporation, because the basic formula for figuring out, like, okay, this is how you know, assets equals your debt, your liabilities and equity. So it's like, hey, did you know that you can use assets to increase your corporation's finances? Because, you know, cash and stuff you own. But then you can also use debt by going in debt. And you can also use equity. And equity is like, look, I have money. Source, just trust me, bro. I'm not sure I quite understand or agree with half of the things that I'm learning, but, you know, it's a grade. It's a grade for a grade. Jay says, I've just been chilling today. Heck yeah. I'm glad you're able to chill. We love a good chill day. If I could chill, I think I would play Minecraft. I think I might take the dogs for a walk. I might go rock climbing. I'm noticing my idea of chill is not very physically chill. Like, we've got the Minecraft, which is technically physically chill, but everything else is just like, I would move my body in some way. I think that goes to show just how much I'm stuck behind a computer half the time. We have 7.5 minutes left of the break. I'm wondering... This is, I'm like 3/4 of the way through Spiritfarer at this point. Heck yeah. I don't know that I've ever 100%ed a game. I'm trying to think about it. Minecraft is a sandbox game, so you just can't do that. Ace Attorney, I've played a lot of the cases. You know, I've completed the individual games, but I haven't 100%ed all of the Ace Attorney stuff. So I suppose I could say that I completed all of the Ace Attorney things. I didn't do it perfectly, but I 100%ed it. Super Smash Brothers, you can kind of do that, and I haven't done that. Same thing for Mario Kart. Like, how do you 100% some of these games, you know? I don't know that I've ever completed an actual game start to finish where there's like, yep, that's the end of the game, good job, except for Ace Attorney. That's interesting. I didn't realize that about myself. I don't know that I'll ever change that about myself, but it's interesting to know that. Alright, it is 5 till 9. We have 17. We have chapter 17. I have 4 more chapters to go. I'm nearly done half of them. I think I will get a snack. I think I might benefit from a snack. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back. And, hopefully I don't mistake my paint water for actual drinking water, you know? Alright, I will be back. I am going to go get a snack. Feel free to get yourself a snack, whatever you need. And we will check in 5 minutes. I've got grapes. I love me. Here are the beautiful grapes, by the way. Amazing. Beautiful. They have the crispest texture. Wasn't a great example, so you couldn't hear it, but these are amazing. I'm going to be right back. I just need to use the restroom, and then I'll come back, and we will continue our productivity. BRB. piece of metal in my floor. And I mean literally, because I had this conversation many a time with my grandparents growing up, in the floor. They used to say like, oh, pick that thing off, like, off of the floor, it's in the floor. And I'll be like, excuse me, actually, because I was that kid. I'd be like, actually, it's on the floor, it's not in the floor. And bless their hearts, they did not end me right there. And I ended up surviving to 26, and I can entertain you as I do my homework. Well, at least keep you company while you do whatever you want. But you know, that piece of metal was literally inside the floor. That was a danger. That was a hazard. We have... Let's reset the timer here. Another 45 minutes of productivity. Let's keep up the good work. You got this. I'm proud of you, and we're gonna kill it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna defeat the final boss, guys. The final boss is final. My final. Okay, mic off. Let's go. Well, that's a whiplash of music. Oh, hi, Justin. Hi, Legend. Good to see you. Date day. Enjoy your date day. Hi. I needed body doubles. I needed body doubles, so I would do my homework. It's good to see you guys. We went on a lovely walk. Heck yeah. Dude, the music just had a whiplash. It was like final boss, and I was just like, alright, everything's happy and lovely now. Unfortunately, it's not happy and lovely for me yet, because I still have to finish studying, but it's good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, back to studying. Thank you for being here. Thanks for saying hi to them, Jay. I'm glad somebody's keeping an eye on chat. We just caught on film the moment that grapes became the most disgusting thing on the planet to me. This is unfortunate. Well, bye-bye grapes is a safe food. Jay, I got you. I'm gonna delete the quote reminder. Timers. Off. 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 There we go. Okay, now I'm studying. Y'all are making me so aware of everything I'm doing. And yes, I do have the fear of the Lord in me. And the fear of math. And the fear of accounting. Ugh. Good to see you guys. Infinity. Good job! Proud of you, buddy. I'm gonna start the break early because I have 3 chapters left. How we doing, guys? Is your coffee green? This is my painting water. It's not my drinking water. Infinity, congrats on getting your official world record verified. The song is pretty intense. Justin, I can't believe that there's Pokemon toilet paper, and I'm slightly concerned. Professor Oak challenge for Brilliant Diamond. Good luck, good luck. Mercy. Shadow says, do not put painting water in a mug. Speaking from experience. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna say this and then immediately start drinking out of the painting mug for some reason. I pretty much only drink out of this container, and it has, I pretty much only use mugs for painting now. So, it has to be of this shape and size for me to think of it as a drinking thing for me now. Legend says, I second that advice, Shadow, lols. Y'all silly gooses. Y'all been victimized by your own painting decisions one too many times. Jay says, what's a Professor Oak challenge again? I don't know, but as a streamer, I'm gonna pretend to know. And I'm gonna say it's where you, use time travel enough times to prank Professor Oak that he goes crazy. And ends up giving you his starter that he already trained up to like level 5 million, and you just beat the game with that Pokemon like that. I think that's how it works. Justin says, so many Mario Kart songs. Yeah, so 90% of the time I do chill vibes, but then 10% of the time I have to like cram for studying and stuff, and that's where I throw in Mario Kart. We got Ace Attorney in here. We got all sorts of stuff in here. Because Mario Kart is designed to hold your attention. So if I need to study, I'm gonna use that music. And then Ace Attorney just makes me feel like, alright, let's do this. Infinity says, I also have 5 more runs pending, with 3 of them also being first submissions to the categories. Nice! Shadow says, I have to obtain every entry for the Pokedex possible before each gym. It's a grind. Oof. Jay says, I think I actually used to play Pokemon like that without calling it a challenge. Justin says the Professor Oak challenge is where you get every Pokemon possible by each gym, including evolution, so by the first gym a fully evolved starter is part of it. Shadow says, so I have to fully evolve all my Pokemon and starters before the first gym. Dang. That is a lot of work. I can't imagine doing that. As a kid, I got anxiety listening to the wild Pokemon appearing. Like, I had anxiety knowing I refused to go through the tall grass unless I had an emotional support sibling by my side. And then I would run every time. It terrified me. And then I would get demolished, obviously, because I didn't train up my Pokemon. I would get demolished by all of the gyms and stuff, and then I would be like, Pokemon sucks! And I never really got into Pokemon after that. Now that I'm in therapy and I've seen people play it, and I'm like, oh, it's not the end of the world if my Pokemon's faint, and it's fine. It's fine if they get damaged. It doesn't mean that I have to end the entire thing. Yeah. No, I think I would enjoy Pokemon a lot better now than I did as a child. Infinity says, depending on the game, I feel that could get very difficult. Justice says, I was briefly doing a Living Dex challenge in Gen 3 using some tools I can get impossible Pokemon because playing on an emulator. Shadow says, yeah, some games open up really early, making it such a slog. Jay says, I should do a Professor Oak challenge of Platinum once I beat it normally. Justin says, and then there's me doing Nuzlocks. Infinity says, unless it is a Nuzlocke where you lose every Pokemon, that faints. Jay says, oh gosh, a Living Dex in Gen 3 sounds so hard. Justin says it is, Jay. I love that you guys can all talk about what you guys know and understand. And I'm over here reading it, and that's my contribution. This is one more time consuming because of all the different games needed. Alright. I'm gonna shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. Oh, whoa. Oh. My hand joints are gonna crack, 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 crack. And my hands are gonna ache, 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 ache. But I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it out. Shake it out. Oh, whoa. Oh. Infinity says, especially if you count glitches. Shadow says, and then there's me, whose ultimate goal is to have a shiny Living Dex across all games. Oh no. Justin says, might have deleted my message by mistake. My phone is being weird. I know. That do be a problem when you have mod powers. So many of you have mod powers. Oh wait, can I gift? Hold up, where is it? Membership? I can gift people memberships. Let's go! Shadow received a gift membership. Nobody else that is in chat. Rude. Let's try again. Well, there is AJ who got a membership, and Shadow got a membership. Unfortunately, for our J, our Blue Jay Bard, it's not that J. But congratulations to all of you who received a gifted membership. I hope you enjoy it. Have funsies. I like gifting memberships. It's so nice. I just wish I could give it to the people who are like most active. You know, I'd like to choose my favorites, please. Can I show favoritism? Please. Thank you. All right. I'm thinking it is time to keep on going, keep on pushing. We are going to do another productivity thing, but it's going to come pretty close to, I believe, at least one person's bedtime. So, those of you who are going to be logging off within the hour, thank you for joining. So much love. I am so grateful that you came by and hung out. I hope you have a good evening and a good Mother's Day weekend, whatever it looks like for you. And take care. Hi, Infinity. I'm gonna do my next focus block, and this stream is gonna go until I am ready to take my test, which will hopefully just be in another hour or so. It'll be fine. We got this. You got this. I got this. We all got this. Right. Let's reset that timer. It's good to see you all. And let's go! I know I said I was gonna go, but, I know I said I was gonna go finish studying, but, Shadow gambled all of her brain cells, rolled 49, lost 5,225 brain cells, and now has 0 brain cells. So, congratulations. My condolences? Apparently I'll be attending 2 funerals today. Alright. Much love, you guys. I'll see you on the other side if you're still here. Thank you for being here. I deleted some commands trying to edit things, working things out with Justin. I apologize. What I have sent in chat are all of the commands available in Streamlabs at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Now I know what friendship tastes like! Tastes like a bug!
Oh my gosh, that was so horrifying! Hootie should never be echoed. Guys, I hit next to view the next question, and it didn't go next. Oh, now it has. I just had to complain about it. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna ask you guys about IT, but never mind. It's just lagging. I think you jump scared it too. Would someone make a list of all of the commands you guys are trying to make happen and send it to me somehow? That way I can work on it when I am not in school. Thank you. If only figuring out what this formula came from was as easy as telling you guys it was just points. Was about to crash out, so I got myself some emotional black olives, emotional support black olives. Alright, back to it. You better go get dinner and bring me some too. Please and thank you. Enjoy. I'm tripping myself out. I wrote 14, 15, and then I went, oh, that 5 looks like an 8. I'm on 19. Oh, yay, there's only 20 per quiz. I'm almost done. And then I went to the next question. It was 17. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. I agree with Justin. We are all doing so well today. Heck yeah, all of us. Also, I just looked over, it's 14 minutes, but I'm just gonna keep on going because I'm almost at 19 and I'm gonna finish this quiz. Chapter 19 done. Chapter 19 done. That means I can move on to chapter 20, which means I have 2 more chapters to study, and then I can take the frickin' test. That was 19, right? It's not actually 16. That's 19. That's 19. Okay. Okay. Just checking. Bruh. I'm not allowed to study the last 2. I can't view the last 2 quizzes because I submitted them in the last 48 hours. C'est bon. C'est bon. How's it going, guys? How we doing? Jay's making a new video to test how his workflow fits with the new program. Infinity says Shovel Knight? What? That says, oh, we're almost there. Oh, living on a prayer. I don't know the rest of the song. But hey, for once, I actually got the reference you guys did. Okay. We did it! Hooray! Lo hicimos! We did it! Finity says you were listening to Shovel Knight music when I said that. Oh, nice! I'm glad you have an awareness of what you were saying and when you were saying it, because I so frequently don't. Guys, we made it. We made it. I can put this over here. I think I started this whole shenanigan with, guys, we're going on a quest together. Every time I took a break, we were at a different town. And then I just gave up on that analogy. But guys, we made it. We made it to the big circus in town. How do we feel? Do we feel accomplished? I'm gonna bring the audio down because that's been intense for a while. And even though we have been traveling intense, I think it's time to move into an actual home. An actual inn, you might say. Just this cute little toast on the bookshelf. Justin just pointed it out. Oh yeah, that little guy lights up. Hold up. I'll be right back. What's supposed to light up? I'm gonna give myself a migraine trying to make it work, so we're just not gonna make it work, but it's supposed to light up. Justin says it's the big circus in town, the very big circus. Nice reference. Shadow says the real big circus in town is the friends we made along the way. Jay says I didn't do the editing because it was getting late when I remembered. That's valid, and I'm proud of you for setting that boundary for yourself. Shadow says, wait, is that paired with the avocado light you sent me? Avocado toast. Possibly. I don't even remember what I've sent you at this point. I don't even know. Legend says, that's awesome though. Thanks. Oh no, the very big circus! I knew you'd pick up on that, Infinity. I'm realizing when I'm studying, I apparently just crave spherical objects to just I don't know, grapes until they apparently this stream grapes moved from the safe food list to the ick food list. So then I replaced it with olives. Okay. Let me see what I gotta do. What's my test gonna look like? What's on my to-do list? We're ignoring those homework assignments. I have 2 hours to do it. I bet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it tonight, because then I can just be done. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for hanging out, keeping me company, encouraging me, cheering me on, keeping everybody else chatty company. Justice says, teleport the grapes here. Legend and I will eat them for you. Will do. And thank you. I am going to end the stream here. If If you guys would like to redeem buy or any of the other fun redeems there, you can redeem different glyphs, you can redeem hootie, you can redeem hi, bye, mwahaha, you can redeem goat, I think. I don't know. And you can redeem buy. It's good to see you guys. I will not be streaming on Sunday. Bye, guys. And the echoes begin. No stream on Sunday because that's Mother's Day. I will see you a week from yesterday. Bye, my friends. Take care. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Good night, guys.